Hey everyone, welcome to my live stream today where I'm just celebrating being on YouTube for 3 years, having a channel. It's been pretty wild. So this is my books anniversary. Actually, I think it happened a little bit earlier this year, but this is like the first time I really had a chance to carve out time to celebrate. So I've been on here 3 years, over 300 videos, over 300 subscribers. And yeah, so I brought some people on that agreed to come on, and I'm just going to go ahead and introduce them one at a time. It's going to be a little bit chatty. It's going to be like sprints, but just like chatting in between. And also just like very casual. And thank you everyone for being here. I'm glad to celebrate with you. And after everyone introduces themselves, I'll check the chat. So hold on tight. Oh, how do I do this? How do I do this where I'm adding more people? Hold on, don't go anywhere. Here we go. Yana, sexy lady.
Hello.
Would you mind introducing yourself to everyone and tell me a little bit about your channel?
I'm Kiana, sexy lady. I post sporadically, and I'm trying to get better at it. But I have a reading channel. Sometimes I talk about diamond painting. I do library hauls. I don't buy too well. I don't say I don't buy too many books. I I do buy too many books, but it's not really a lot of book hauls. I read nonfiction, romance. I kind of read pretty much anything. But
Yeah. It's the best way to go. Well, thank you for being here. I'm so glad you carved out time. I know you're not just a sexy lady, you're a busy lady. You're
I'm
doing all the
interested.
things.
I'm a mama of four, and yeah.
Yes. I only have one and it's bananas. I'm gonna bring on the next person. Let's see if I know how to do this. There we
Hi.
go. Hey, Steph. Thank you for
Hi.
being here. Go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone. Tell them a little bit about your channel.
Yeah, sure. Hi everybody. This is my first time on Leslie's channel, so thanks for having me here, meeting a bunch of awesome people. My name's Steph. I am an artist, Puerto Rican nerd playing games and things. I read mostly sci-fi, horror, lit fic, nonfiction, and I host a sci-fi book club and a nonfiction book club. So
You have a lot going on.
I do.
Juggling. All right, I'm gonna bring on my next guest.
Salutations, y'all. Hello, my name's Nkechi. My channel is Library of Wonders, so that's right here. My pronouns are they, she. I am a booktuber mostly, but I also want to branch out into talk about other forms of media like TV and film. Eventually, we're getting there. Also, doing about journaling, like book journaling and stuff. Mostly read just speculative fiction, generally speaking. But even within the branch of speculative fiction, fantasy is my number one, along with sci-fi, horror, kind of like mixed there in between. But I try to branch out with other genres as well. But definitely an avid fantasy reader. I do like reading vlogs, book review videos every once in a while, wrap up TBRs, participate in readathons. But I also host reading sprints as well that I also schedule ahead of time as well if anyone's interested in reading productivity sprints. But yeah, I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah, thank you for being here and like making the time. I know that you had a long stream going on yesterday with your mom, and so I'm always happy to see the both of you. And even when I was at work, I just like popped in to say hello because I miss having that time now that I'm actually fortunately and unfortunately employed. So I miss you. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and bring on Margaret. Hi, Margaret. Would you like to introduce yourself? Tell everybody a little bit about your
Hi.
channel.
Hi, everybody. I was like, I know that Steph. I know that. It's been a while.
Hey, how are you?
Hi. I'm good. Hi, everybody. My name is Margaret Pinard. I'm a historical fiction author, and I read pretty much. Lately, it's been nonfiction, but I also love romance. I also love mystery. I also love fantasy, and yeah, eclectic reader over here. And I talk mostly about books that I've read, but sometimes like I'll go into when I'm in writing mode. And today is the first day of a drafting month. So I'm going to be switching into more writing mode for March. So look out for that.
Well, I look forward to whatever you're writing next, because I gobble it all up.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And our next guest.
Muted.
Oh, yeah, you're muted, sweetie. You gotta unmute yourself.
Right.
Ta-da.
I'm Emily. Hi, everyone. Emily Carice Pessoa, for the pronunciation, for those who were seeking. But I'm from the Linguist Library. And Leslie, fun fact, was the first person to ever tag me on YouTube. And she made me feel very accepted. So I'm very grateful to be here. It feels very full circle, because 3 is also my favorite number. So I love that. Thank you. You're very welcoming, and that's rare.
Aw, thank you. Well, you know what? I have a great example in Margaret, actually. She's also, I think, like a really early on subscriber of mine, and was asking great questions, probably because she's an author, so she knows all those literary questions to ask, which is very guiding and helping. And also, do you want to tell everyone a little bit about your channel, Emily?
Oh, okay. So I study languages. I'm a polyglot, which means I speak multiple languages. I speak 5, and I work with 5. I speak more than 10, but some of them are dead. So speak is the wrong verb here. I just know them. So I'm fascinated by the Roman Empire. So I've lived in Rome, and I speak Italian, and I'm a Dante aficionado. Can't help it. I like Dante, and I cannot lie. I cannot deny. Whatever you want to rhyme with, I'm here for Dante. And so I read I read a lot of classics, but I also read contemporary fiction. I've been reading a lot of sci-fi lately. I am obsessed with historical fiction. I love Margaret's channel because her resources and her knowledge is just top of the line. We love. And so what else do I read? I read books that I find at my local store that may have absolutely nothing, just like The Assassination of Giovanni Versace. Eat, Pray, and Love Made Me Do It. So I haven't talked about these books yet. I mostly talk about classics. It seems like people want me to talk about them more, because I also I guess I nerd out with the language style and everything about that. So that's what the channel is about, because it's about my interests. So it's easy to tell you what I like. And if you're into history and languages, that's basically what that's about.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. This is lovely. Every time I send in an invite to someone or have an idea, I have a little bit of anxiety, and I'm like, well, let me just ask. And then, if a no is a no. So the fact that everyone said yes is just like a delight. And I feel it's very.
I will, sorry, if you allow me, I'll answer Margaret on camera, because that's a common question. So yes. It's not that different. It's not that different from Italian. Not at all. It's like 5 consonants away. It's a hard C and a hard B. It's really not that far. But also, what I want to mention is that Latin is not a dead language. It's a dormant language. Okay.
Oh,
first of all, there's a big difference.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we're gonna start there. There are tons of Discord and channels, and one of my first really good connections on YouTube was a guy from Poland who spoke fluent Latin, and we geeked out about Cicero's speeches for like a month and a half. Trying to trying to, because it's really what it used to be was like a rap battle. People used to like kind of like sing more. So it's fun once you like get into it, and there's like plenty of communities to
Very cool.
keep it alive.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say hello to everyone in the chat and catch up before we continue. Now, Emily said hello. We were here early.
Yes. I was checking in to like confirm my RSVPing.
You're so funny. Cat Paw Rosal says, hoppity hop, just gonna get another coffee. Oh, yeah, because they were on your stream, Margaret, right? Glenda.
I tried to execute a raid.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, Leslie. Happy third booktube anniversary. Thank you, Glenda. I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Elena, for being here. Yeah, it's gone by like really fast. But yeah, yes, please press the like button, por favor. Ginger bibliophile, make sure to tap that like button, everyone. Margaret, like Schmike, where's the love button? Thank you. Chris said to comment the location of the love button.
My saucy commenter friend, yeah.
Where it is. You probably don't know what to do with it. Very silly. Hello, Eva. Thank you, Emma Bennett, romance author extraordinaire. I'm glad to see you here. You're lovely. Kat Rosales, congrats. Thank you. Katie. Oof. Greetings, reading royalty. How art thou? Also, big congratulations. Thank you. Hi, staff. Katie says. Cobalt. Dragon Elaine. Happy anniversary. Yes, we're always happy to see Elaine. Katie says, Steph, awesome, neuro spicy gremlin who can and will defend and educate the baby gays.
Nice.
The spooky library. Chantel, happy 3-year anniversary, popping in to boop the like button. Thank you. Thank you for making time to do that. Katie, love your name and catchy. Yes.
Thank
Library
you.
Wonder is incredible. I like that name change. It's really nice. Ginger, Margaret, long time no see.
Yeah.
All the hellos. Andy, Soft Pup Andy, glad to see you here. He was, I think, if you're not streaming still, you were sprinting. Ginger, awesome group of folks. Nice to meet more booktubers. Yes, definitely. I am a spoiled person. I'm very glad to join this community because I've met so many definitely lovely people. So this is really lovely. Hello, cool gamer. Margaret, you could speak Glenn as a dead. Oh yeah, so now you're catching up to that comment. Katie, hi everyone. Hi, Katie. Elaine, I may have to study Latin to tie in the paranormal.
I'm sure paranormal people speak other languages too. So, you got your pick of all the languages in the past.
Ginger said, not like you have a ton of projects already going, Elaine. Gonna start a new spiral. Oh, we all know this spiral. Elena, I am reading Euphoria by Lily King. Okay, good to know. We'll be cracking on. Gotta play adult, but I'll be in lurk mode. Thanks, Ginger. And finally hit the bottom with these two. So LL Cat, this is how the spiral starts, but first interview waiting. Katie said, I just popped in to say hi. I need to go do something, but I hope everyone here has a wonderful day. Good luck with the productivity. And Kat from Cat Novel Adventure, happy anniversary, Leslie. And hello, lovely ladies. Hope y'all are doing well. You know what? We love you to pieces. I hope your readathon, I think you're still doing the folklore readathon right now. You have a lot going on that I have to keep up with. Hello, hello. All right. Before we sprint, I wanted to ask maybe one or two questions. We'll see. So we'll basically start with this, like a top, and we'll just kind of go clockwise. Would you mind telling me what inspired you to start a booktube channel?
That's a
So
great
I
I can tell you who. Is that better?
oh,
We'll
okay.
start with Kiana, and then we'll go clockwise.
Okay. I
We're
was
gonna-
watching a lot of booktube videos and people and just commenting, and people were like, "You should start a channel. You should start a channel." And I was just like, "Okay." And I kind of got peer pressured into it. So here I am.
Peer pressure.
That's a good one. I guess my turn. So, all right. So I guess a little bit of lore. My name, my handle name is because originally, so I'm a teacher and I was going to talk about like tips for teaching and whatever, because I started it during the height of online teaching. And I was like struggling to find resources to teach online because teaching art online to children is really hard. So I was going to do that, but then I was like, I don't want to come out of work and keep talking about work. So let me talk about something that brings me joy. And I chose books. That's here we are.
All right. So I guess I'm next. So for me, I think I was watching BookTube for a solid few months, and I was thinking that, I always wanted, let me think about like maybe make a YouTube channel, but I wasn't sure about books specifically. Because I've been wanting to make a BookTube channel for I think a couple years before I actually made one, when I really got into like watching things on YouTube. So then I think it was during when I was my last full-time job. I was thinking about quitting. So I was like, okay, well, what am I going to do with my time until I find another one? Well, YouTube. And what do I like to talk about? Well, I like to watch people talk about books. And since I've been watching a lot of the content, I know how to talk about books. And also, I was on Bookstagram where I talked about books and reviewed books there. So I was like, okay, maybe make that posting photo style into long form videos. So yeah, that's kind of how I got into making YouTube videos.
Nice. I started my channel in summer of 2020. So, I came here after not finding a home on any other social network channel. And I was just sort of like, I didn't like the dynamic. I didn't feel like I was finding my people. And I was like, okay, let's try YouTube. I don't have the technical know-how to do any of this stuff, but I can turn on my computer and fire her up. So that's how I started. I figured, well, let's see if I can find a community here. And I think I have in some fashion. So feel very good about the people I've connected with. And I wanted to ask, since Emily got to sneak current reads in, if we're going to get asked that question later before we sprint.
Sure. You know what? I'll make that like the second question. I'll do that. Emily, go ahead.
Well, so here's how it happened. I used to teach languages, and I had a school, and we were forced to go online too. And I learned how to make videos at that point. So when the pandemic happened and I had time, I was like, you know what I like talking about? Books. And so I then came across a couple of, I came across the booktubers first, and then I said, why don't I make videos for fun about something I like, right? And so I came across a mystery author. Her name is Alexa Dunn, and she wrote The Ivies. And at the time, I was writing my first mystery script, and I binged on her channel. I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. I can't believe this is free. And I was hooked after that. So
very cool.
And I'll answer that question. Yes, during the pandemic, I definitely saw people. Actually, I didn't know BookTube and YouTube existed. I mean, I think just the algorithm of being at home, working from home, and watching probably way too much YouTube finally populated. I think it was with Cindy or Read with Cindy at the time, and she's hilarious.
Yeah.
Absolutely captivating.
Yeah.
I cannot do what she does. It's never gonna happen. But she definitely made the space feel accessible. And then someone that is not a booktuber, but like felt really encouraging is that there is this movie and television critic, Sharonda, and her channel's called Pay or Wait. And although yeah, yeah, I love her.
Another
Even
one.
though she has like these like professional, like any other interview, she also has lives every once in a while. Very casual and just chatting with her audience. And she's just speaking into the camera, but she was like really encouraging. She's like, just do the thing, whatever it is. And I just took that as like a personal not challenge, but like sign of like, okay, do the thing even though I don't know what I'm doing. And that's what I've been doing ever since, doing the thing even though I don't know what I'm doing.
Yes.
All right. So I'll ask 3 questions and then we'll sprint. My second question, because Margaret had a great idea, was we'll do the same thing. We'll start with Kiana and we'll just keep going clockwise. What are you reading currently, or also what are you going to potentially work on during the sprint?
I am a mood reader. So like I'm currently reading like 7 books.
Yes. Welcome to the club.
I start one and then I'm like, you know what? This one looks good and I'm gonna start right now. And then your Libby hole comes through, and but so I'm in like a few challenge. Well, not really. Yeah, I'm in a few challenges and like read-alongs. Dee Dee is doing a year-long read-along of Les Mis, so we're working on that.
Nice.
I have a challenge of myself to read all the presidential biographies, and although he's never was a president, I'm reading this Hamilton.
Nice.
So and I'm going to be working on reading Fledgling by Octavia Butler.
Great.
It's check your trigger warnings because it is something in here that I normally don't rock with, but I'm gonna continue reading the book. We're gonna see it through, but that's what I'm gonna be reading today.
Nice.
But yeah,
Nice. All right, cool. Yeah. So I feel like Kiana, you have a superpower because I can only do 1 book at a time in my brain. Like I wish I had the space to process more than 1 book, but I don't. So right now, this is the naked hardback, but I'm reading Death of the Author by Nnedi Okorafor, and I'm about 75% in because my book club is meeting tomorrow to talk about it, my sci-fi book club. So this was our pick for February. So
Nice.
excited. And also, this was the second book that I'm listening to the audio and reading the physical at the same time. And I just got to say, like, peak reading experience. I don't know if another book the same way.
Okay, so for me, just like Kiana, I also do have multiple reads going in at once. I think my current reads right now is 5, but I could easily go up to 7, and within a day. So, I'll take that number with a grain of salt. It can easily change. Probably going to change during these sprints too. So let's see. What am I going to read? I don't even know. I think I have a few options because I started reading Conversations with Friends by Sally Rooney, which I've never read a Sally Rooney book at all. So I'm just like trying it out to see if she's an author for me. I do have, let's see, where are my other books? Hold up. I got books physically. Let me even bring it for the picture camera. Okay, so I do have an arc of Harmattan Season by Tochi Onyobuchi. Nice. This is an adult fantasy noir that follows our main character who has some sort of magical abilities, but he's also a private investigator. And there's this mysterious woman that came into his apartment, but then she just ends up disappearing. And yeah, I don't really know what else is supposed to go on in here. all I know when I requested this arc is that it is hard-boiled fantasy noir with Raymond Chandler meets P. Jolly Clark in post-colonial West Africa. And I was like, look, I love Toshi Onyebuchi as an author. Like, he's Nigerian American, I'm Nigerian American, and I'm just like, bruh, when he writes something, I'm gonna read. And he hasn't published anything in a good long while. But another author who's also specifically Nigerian that I also want to read. I want to read Little Rot by Akweke Emezi. I do have the audiobook for my library. This is their latest work. They do have another book coming out next year, and also not next year. I mean, this year, actually, literally next month, actually, and also one in the fall. So I need to catch up on all their books. This is the one I haven't read yet that's already published. So I could start this one. I could continue reading Harmonton Season. I could continue reading Conversations with Friends, or I could read a whole different book that I didn't even say anything about here right now. So, I don't know. But also, side note, Steph, with Death the Author, I did read Death the Author last month, and I'm very curious to hear your thoughts. So also kind of little mini question.
Okay.
For your sci-fi book club, is it on your channel? Like, how can I watch the
the live is always usually on my channel, and the Discord, if you want to chat with us, is in the description of my videos.
Okay, cool. Because I really want to know people's thoughts on Death of the Author. So
okay,
I just want to know about that. Okay, cool. And I'm done.
Very cool. Okay, so the current reads that I grabbed, I looked at my story graph, and officially I have 15 currently reading, but that's like paused, a little cold on the back burner, but yeah, definitely in the majority here on the stream. But the two that are hottest are the ones that I'm finishing up for Black History Month and Black Author Tuber Readathon. So we just wrapped up, and my last read for that is We Are the Origin by C. Emma Lockhart, fellow author tuber, booktuber, and it's the first in her fantasy series, and I'm like 2/3 through. It's very good world building, character, like the crew's coming together and going after the thing. So excited to read that a little bit more. And the other one is a recommendation from fellow booktuber Eva, and she's still in here. Stella by Starlight, which is middle grade, and it's historical American, and the author is Sharon M. Draper. So got those to look forward to on my hot currently reading list.
So I think I already answered a little bit of what I'm reading earlier, but what I'm working on is Helen Keller's autobiography. And I don't know if the readers watching know anything about Ellen Keller. I don't know how to pronounce her name correctly. I did not look up because I didn't think I was going to be doing this. I didn't know what I was going to be doing. So she was born blind and deaf, and her teacher, Anne Sullivan, managed to not only teach her to communicate, but also, she managed to write a whole novel, which is an accomplishment that a lot of people with all their senses who are trying to write a novel can't do it. So it's like, it's admirable in many ways. And so yeah, I'm looking at the methods that she used to bridge the gap. For not funny, but like the thing that stuck out to me this far is that the first word she learned was the word water, and the way that Anne Sullivan managed to get her to understand was by making her feel the water, and then repeatedly like writing in her hand the letters, and trying to use the vibration of the word and the difference in texture of water, just repeatedly. And that's amazing to somebody like me. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to write about it on my Substack, and then eventually, if I manage to like get some sort of cohesive thought on something new, I'll talk about it on the channel. Who knows? Haven't decided.
Yeah, that's great. That actually is fascinating. And I still haven't read that, so that's definitely something I have to look into.
Yeah, she dedicated her book to Bell, because he financed the teaching. Alexander Graham Bell.
That's wild. Life
You
is
know,
so
on
wild.
TikTok, there's like a whole group of people who don't believe that she that she did all that she could do. It's so weird. It's like a group of people who are like
Color deniers.
Well, there are people who don't
Yeah,
believe the Roman
yeah,
Empire
exactly.
existed, but and the Earth is flat. But we
Because
don't
they're
take those opinions into validation.
because they're saying I think there was even an incident like where she I guess flew a plane like with assistance of course like flew a plane for a few minutes or something and people were like no way ain't no way. But
I've flown a plane for a few minutes. It's just
Uh-huh.
holding a stick.
Yeah,
Once
I know, but
it's
it's funny to
up
see
there,
that.
the computer does everything. You're just sit still for 5 seconds.
Well, there were no computers when she did that. I imagine
That
it
was
a
she
little bit
followed an
more
order.
Right,
nerve-wracking.
She followed an order. She was capable of
right. I'm like
repeating
I
a behavior.
was like,
no,
but it's
that's
just funny to see little stuff like that on TikTok. Oh.
Yeah, that's what's also
because like
so
they hyper focus on one particular behavior, and then it's like you need context and subtext. That's just
Right.
That's not how the world works. Things don't happen in a vacuum.
Right.
yeah, but that's also what's so important about like believing yourself and like the power of yes instead of all the different no's that you get in life or like what people tell you that you're not capable of. It's like, well, you don't know till you do it, right? So that's pretty incredible. Okay, so I will be listening to a book. My friend Sam and I are going to be doing like a little buddy read series on a quarterly basis. And so the first book I'm reading is The Quiche of Death by MC Eaton.
Your culinary one. I like it.
Yeah. It's I think it's called Agatha Raisin series, so it has like a really cute name. And so I'll just be listening to that while I think I'm gonna try to like do like a book journal thing that's more like illustrating, maybe. I don't know. Like little bullet points and stuff like that. And the person that has really inspired me to do this is Nkechi because they journal and they journal really incredibly. And I don't think I could do the level of journaling that they do, but I'm going to try. It's like
Hey,
a baby
it don't
step.
matter. It don't matter. You know, you do the little things. Sometimes it's just this little thing. I try not to be too fancy, but I just try to do my thing just to thank God. That does remind me. I also do need to work on my reading journal. I have reviews I need to write. So
Yeah, but yours always look cute. Yeah, and Emily has one
just
too.
started journaling too.
And then speaking of being inspired, my last question is before we sprint, what is one book that you've read because a booktuber convinced you to read that book?
Do you want a good result or
What,
bad?
like the between the 25 I'm reading right now? About 15. So you mean who do I want to plug? Other than Margaret,
Right.
because she's here. She can plug herself. Sure, I'll think about it. Thank you.
Let's see. One book I've read.
I know.
Hold on, let me go to my apps real quick.
see.
What have I read?
Okay, I know one that I've read. So it's a manga, the Blood on the Tracks series.
Ooh, yeah.
And I started reading that because Ashley, well, I don't think it's not Bookish Realm anymore. She changed her name to Realm of Comics.
I think
She
it's Realm
changed
of
her name.
Kidlit and comics, I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I missed that. Nice.
But Blood on the Tracks, it's a manga. I'm not gonna give you have to go into it, but there's a mom who's very protective over her son, and some things occur. Mom is we're just trying to figure out what's up with mom because she's a little unhinged, but it's really good. I'm on like number 10 now, and I would have probably never picked up any manga if I hadn't come across Ashley's channel.
Nice.
So yeah, should check it out.
Oh my gosh, there's so many to choose from. There's so many. Okay, so all right. How about this one? One of my other booktuber friends who sent this book to me and said you need to read this, and I am forever I'm forever thankful to. Is their name is Mel over at Tome Raider. And I don't think they post very often anymore, but they did send me Blood Scion by Deborah Fallier, which I read in December. And then the second book is coming out later this year. And that book, I don't really read YA often, but that hit on a level that YA hasn't hit for me in a long time. And it made me cry like 5 times. And anything that can make me sob on my couch for 20 minutes is probably 5 stars. Like, that's just how I feel about it. But I highly, highly recommend it if you're looking for a YA. Check the trigger warnings. But it basically takes place. It doesn't really say like a location in West Africa, but the main character is Yoruba, and she is a scion. So she has these powers that stem from the folklore. And there is a couple different nations that are involved, but the point is that there is an empire that has come and tried to eradicate the scions for fear of like a revolt. And so she's kind of forced into their empire, but she's trying to destroy it from within. It's this whole thing. I cried. I am so excited for the second one to come out. I already pre-ordered it. So
Yay.
Okay, I had to scourge through Storygraph just to be like,
That's
okay,
what I'm doing.
Let me even think, because a lot of my reading was influenced by Bookstagram. So I was like, wait, when did my reading get influenced by BookTube specifically? And I had to say it was in the year that I even joined BookTube, actually. So it was 2022. And I always remember how there's one booktuber, Jessie, or their channel is Jessie on YouTube.
Great channel.
They really introduced me to a lot of like books written by trans authors of color, non-binary authors of color. So like River Solomon and for sure Akweke Emezi. In fact, I think the one book for sure that like really made me go, wow, I did not know such literature like this existed was me reading Freshwater by Akweke Emezi. That's their debut novel. It's a story about I think Nigerian person who experiences trauma, but then also finds out that they are in a modern day Abanje. And Abanje is actually an evil word, actually. Specifically, that means like a spirit, more like a kind of like a troublesome spirit. And I never knew Abanjes even existed because, I'm Nigerian American, but specifically I am Igbo as well. So that's actually part of like my own particular familial culture, and I didn't even know that such a thing even existed. So I have to thank Jessie from Jessie on YouTube for introducing this book and this author to me, who also the author themselves also is a modern day Mbanje as well. So that book was also kind of like an introduction to just the author themselves, all their works. So now I've read almost all their works. So that's why I'm trying to read Little Rod as well by this author and anything else that this author writes, because I'm just like, dang, I did not know there's actual kind of like literature out there that I can really not just connect to, but also learn from as well. So yeah, I think that was very much influential for me early on in my booktube journey, early on in like reading books for myself. It's just like, I must every time read these kind of books whenever I can find them.
Nice. In case anyone is wondering if they're ever in this position, again, ask this question. What I do on Storygraph is I tag the book as soon as I put it on my wish list or on my borrow list with the name of the person who recommends it to me. So I just went to my read books and scanned down. So I was like, where's a booktuber? Where's a booktuber? Because I also do bookstores and other things as tags. So the first one that had like that I was more affected by is called The Seed Keeper by Diane Wilson. And that was recommended to me by Kim at Native Lady Book Warrior. And she's been on Leslie's channel, so hopefully I'll know her. She's great. And Seakeeper is a modern novel, pretty recent publication, and it has to do with a few different generations of Native Americans and how they melded into the settler American culture and how some of it was violent, but there are other iterations that were more complex and more nuanced. And I just loved Diane Wilson's writing. So first time I'm reading her, and I really enjoyed it. I put it off for way too long, and then when I finally read it, I was like, this is so good. So yeah, booktube recommendations. Sometimes they're good.
Exactly. So I have to talk about one that is a genre really no one talks about, but I love so much, and I will die on this hill: poetry. So I'm gonna plug my good friend Bren Booth Jones. He is poet, and he is originally from South Africa, but now he lives in the Netherlands with his wife, and he just had a baby boy, and he wrote his second collection, and I've read both of them, and they are excellent. And yeah, one of them is called Open Letters to the Sky, and the other one is called Blue Remembered Star. And I think that if you're into like T.S. Eliot, or maybe the type of poetry that Fitzgerald used to write, with a lot of sentiment, but a lot of refined metaphors, you will enjoy this. So, Bren Booth Jones. I hope I said that slowly. I should probably write it down, but that's what it looks like.
Very cool. I'm always interested in more poetry. To answer the question, yeah, actually, Margaret made me think of another book too as well. But recently, Margaret reviewed The Truth According to Ember. And I think I was just reading a lot of like dismal books. And I needed a break from the emotional tirade that I put myself through. So that romance was also, I believe, written by an Indigenous author, and it's about a Chickasaw woman and their experience. And it's a workplace romance. And so it was a really quick, lovely read, just well written, and I just like zipped through that book so quickly. It was like perfect for the time when I was reading it. So I really, really, really like that. All right. So those are the questions. I'm going to go ahead and catch up on the chat really quick. What else? What do you feel comfortable? I'm like asking at the same time, so I'm not sure. Should we do like half an hour or like an hour? I usually do an hour, but should I do half an hour?
Trevor. I like an hour.
Chill house, Leslie. Chill house. We're gonna do what we're told.
So I'll do an hour, but also I know everyone has lives and they're busy, so if you can stay on, that's great. But if you ever have to pop off that and do other things, that's totally fine. Thank you for being here. But let me go back a little bit and I'll just catch up on the chat. Oh, okay. Kat was answering me. Folklore February. Okay, that's what it was. That just ended. The month flew by. It was a good time. Kat read some great books during that time. Hello, Nkechi. 1%. Colbart, love hearing how everybody started. Margaret, what's a reader to do? I ask you.
Mood read all the way.
Mm-hmm. Colbart Dragon, LOL. I usually have about 10 on the go for the same reason. Interest varies. SD Houston, who's also an author that's been on my channel. Happy anniversary, Leslie. Made friends with the like button. Elena, I got the book at Target. The teacher, it is a new book. Okay. Okay. Critical Thinker. Happy anniversary, Leslie. Yes, Critical Thinker. I'm glad to see that you're here. Anne Sullivan epitomized empathy in finding a specific means of teaching Helen. Paying attention pays off. Yeah. Cobalt Dragon explains why I don't have TikTok.
Thank you. Thank you. As a teacher who tries to educate, like, literate children or anybody, thank you. Thank you for appreciating the hard work. Thank you.
Oh, journals. Elaine says, Bren Booth Jones, for anyone wondering. Yes, thank you, Margaret. Should be titled Native Daddy. Oh, that book, yeah.
That's one of the jokes in the book, so I just thought it was
yeah. That was, I'm telling you, you got to read it. It's so cute. Oh my God, that moment was so funny in the book. The Truth According to Ember by Danica Nava. Yeah, thank you, Margaret. Have me hollering about that book all over again. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I gotta bring some music in. How do I do this with all of us here? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my own screen trying to figure out where everything's at. I love my soul.
ooh.
Ooh, okay.
I'll just fit.
That's mine. I always listen to Neo
yeah.
go to sleep and stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go with 90s hip hop today.
Nice.
Let me pause it.
I can't see anything on the screen, so like if I'm not engaging with what's because I don't have my glasses, and I need a break from them personally. So it's I can hear you guys, but you know I can't talk on the. I can hear you. I can see very on the side.
Moving
But
colors.
I'm keeping up. I hope that I'm keeping up. Like the screens and the music. Yay! Okay. We're ready.
You're so funny. How do I make this? Here we go. We'll just have us here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll mute myself. I'll put the time, set it for an hour. And so happy sprinting, everyone. All right, here we are. Sorry. I had to
all
know
right.
my cat. I'm back.
Woo!
I got some reading done, but it's because I'm listening to the book on audio, and I didn't get far, and I don't think this is very pretty, but I think I'm going to buy some stickers. But I did a little 2025, 2026 goals
Cute.
type thing. It's a little blurry.
Nice.
All right. It looks good though.
I'm getting there.
It looks good.
It's a work in progress. Here we are. Does everyone, I guess we'll do the same thing. Just we'll start with Kiana and kind of go around sharing what you were able to get done.
I got to page 54 out of 316. It's going. She's a vampire, or yeah, she's a vampire. But her body is like in the age of like a 10-year-old. But she suspects that she's older than 10. And she's been having some inappropriate relations with a couple of grown people so far.
Wow.
And so, aside from that, the story is pretty good. But, I'm going to go until it bothers me too much.
Yeah.
It's a rough one.
Yeah. I will say that if it were going to end up 5 stars, that one thing would definitely brings it down to a 4. So
Get that. That'd probably be a hard no for me too. Okay. Are we still going around, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Cool. So yeah, so I did some mopping. That's the first thing I did. But then when I finished doing
Mopping.
I went back to my book. I think I read 40 pages, and I've got about 70 pages left ish. And I feel like there's a twist coming, but I don't know what it is yet. And I don't know how emotionally prepared I should be. It's kind of where I'm at. So I think I'm going to finish this today.
All right. I did no reading. I did play around with Dakota, the dog that I'm house sitting and dog sitting. So I did play with her a little bit. I did order some food, so I think some food are gonna be coming in while we sprinting. And I was working on my reading journal. I was just working on review spread, so doing that. And then I still have 3 more reviews to write, so they're all blank right now. But I do got to write that. And then this blank page here will be my stats pages for January and February, which I do want to actually film a video of me going through my journal so far in the year with my stats and setting up of March, because I do want to make more journaling videos. I just haven't figured out how to go about it yet for my particular channel. So I'm just like, how am I supposed to do this? Especially when I do wrap up videos, and it's hard to do like a reading journal video and wrap up style when I talk a lot about the book and it's not much to show on a notebook. So I'm going to figure it out. I'll figure out how to go about it. So yeah, that's something to worry about later though. I just need to do my review pages first. And then after those review pages, I think I'll end up reading. I don't know what yet, but I also got to eat food.
Nice.
Did you hear the little kitty input? No? Oh, okay. He was just yelling a second ago, and then I sneezed and he scampered off. So I got about 30 pages. About half the time was for We Are the Origin at Chelsea. And then the other half I was working on bills and sales tracking, because if I don't make myself do it when other people are looking at me, I won't get it done today. So yeah, just doing that and addressing the envelopes for folks now. So Fun should be fun.
I'll go ahead and I'll catch up on the chat before I ask questions. Let me see, where was I at? Oh. There we go. Get ready for kitty snores. Bean.
Was snoring. More. He's on the hunt.
And Betan, congrats on 3 years, Leslie.
Yay,
So I just said, thank you. She's a sweetie. Nothing like the smell of burnt toast to snap you out of your fantasy read. And yeah, I was talking about, I burnt a tortilla the other day. I was like doing too many things in my kitchen and put the tortilla down, and that was it. It was burned on the stove. Michelle can't stay but jumping in to say congratulations. Thankfully, it's a gorgeous day and I can open windows. Bree popped in. Not Bree's still up here, but I appreciate them popping in. Love Bree. Ginger's off for a bit. But then, oh man, I wish I could open the windows here, Margaret. I'm so ready for spring.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to pop out, which is fine, but I'm just glad that they had a chance to pop in under their like busy schedule. They're had me cracking up. All right, questions. I wrote some down during the sprint.
Oh, you're so prepared.
Ooh.
All right, so we'll do the same thing, just like starting with Kiana clockwise. What surprised you about your experience on BookTube, like as you went on your journey?
I guess I was surprised at I think how hard it is to come up with new ideas for content. For me, I know some people just are brimming with ideas, but I don't like want to copy everyone. But so that's the hard part for me. It's just how to do something different than other people. But I mean, I just go on the fact that some of the books I read, I do, like I said, I tend to read more like I tend to read a little bit of nonfiction, and so I think maybe the kinds of books that I read is the difference. But that's the hard part for me. I mean, the surprising thing.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little on what kinds of nonfiction you read? Because I don't think I've ever visited your channel, just seen you in the chat.
Oh, okay. Like, so I like to read I read a lot of memoirs and biographies, but then I also read most recently I read Invisible Women. It's about data bias.
Oh, okay.
Like cars are built specific like for men. And
right.
Just
is that like a white cover with some orange and
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and then I've read like The Gift of Fear by Gavin DeBecker. So he was talking about violence, basically how we are ignoring our intuition sometimes, and that we can, if we pay more attention to our intuition and stop trying to be nice as we're conditioned to be nice, and like our fear is actually a gift that could keep us safe. And so that was really good. But I like to read nonfiction. So
sweet.
Yeah, I think I might have to copy you, Kiana, because when I started, I was definitely not a nonfiction girly. And if you would have told me that years ago when I started, I would have been like, what? And here we are. So my reading has definitely taken a 180 since starting, and that is kind of great.
Oh, is it my turn yet?
There you podcast?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah, I get
Okay,
you.
sorry. I had to. I was just out with the computer and stuff because I just got my food. So so I missed part of it, but I do remember Kiana, that you were saying about when you started, you were mostly doing nonfiction, right? You still read nonfiction mostly?
I do. It's kind of a mix. I'm getting into more romance and a little bit of
Yay.
monster romance.
Oh, all
Oh
right.
boy.
So that's fun.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, my reading. I feel, if I remember correctly, I think a lot of my reading initially, I think I was mostly hesitant to get to reading like books written for adults a little bit, because like when I first started getting back into reading, books meant for teens were the kind of books that like really helped me to read books. But then once I started venturing into certain adult books that like actually really gravitate towards the books I was actually interested in, I started to move more and more away from like young adult books. I still read some young adult books, but it really depends on the authors themselves specifically, because I know I'm too old. I think I've gone to the point I'm like, you know what, I'm too old to be reading the young adult stuff. The only young adult books I read now are just ones for authors that I can trust with their writing and the way that they plot their stories and deal with their characters. I don't really venture too much into the newer young adult stuff much. I like to keep my eye out and hear what people think about it, but other than that, I don't read as much. But I don't know if my reading has changed. Well, maybe the kinds, because like I've always wanted to be reading fantasy, and I still read fantasy now. But I guess the only thing that's really changed is the kind of fantasy. Like, I don't know what kind of fantasy I was really reading before, but the fantasy now, I can definitely read a lot more complex world building, a lot more political intrigue. Sometimes I even read fantasy books that are even slower paced, which beforehand, if you said the book was slow, I was not going to pick up that book. I was like, nah, not no slow book, nothing. That sounds boring. But now I'm like, there are a few books now that, are slower paced, but they're actually really, really damn good. So maybe is that it? I don't know. I guess that's kind of it reading wise that's really changed. Other than that, I think content wise, I definitely vlog more than I ever thought I would. I really had no idea I was going to be vlogging much, like at all. But now I vlog a lot more than I used to. So I was like, okay. Yeah, I think that's different from when I started till now.
Can you repeat the question, Leslie?
Oh, what surprised you about your booktube experiences?
Okay.
Like maybe the idea of like what you thought it was gonna be, and then once you started doing it, you're like, oh, like what was surprising about that experience?
So I suffer from this delusion where I feel like when you put out effort, you should get results concomitant with that effort. So I think like many of us who started channels were like, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to learn this and I'm going to execute this and like people will come and like the books will be great. The discussion will be great. And I feel like sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. So I've gotten to a place where I'm like, well, I'm talking about these books anyway, because these are the ones I want to read. And yeah, I just sort of like let it go. At this point, I feel like I've got to like the point where I wanted to get and let it be organic and natural after that. And like the same, like I feel like will find leg eventually, but the algorithm isn't for us. So we'll just have to take it the slow route, which is fine.
Yeah, that is very relatable. Gosh, what surprised me? I'm last going, so I should have an answer. I think I just dove in and decided to do the thing, and I didn't really think about like the broad idea of like and I still kind of don't, but like the idea of making my channel cohesive and really like carving out what am I doing, like what are the themes, what is like the, I guess you could say like branding in a way, right? Um, and so I've kind of just been all over the place. I'm like, I don't know, I read. So over time, I think I've tried to thread something more cohesive, but I don't think I'm ever gonna be that completely. I'm too all over the place. I'm too much of a chaos monster. Um, these 2 years are like the only time I've ever been remotely cohesive, but I feel like because I'm like shoving it all in that way, right? Which is kind of like to broadly talk about a show that I love and books that I love. But all the books I'm reading are from my shelf, you know. So I'm basically it's nonfiction, fiction, not completely, but like largely focusing on like social injustices. But those are things like when I go to buy books, I'm not really thinking about what I'm grabbing. I'm just like, it's just if it sounds interesting, I'm grabbing it. And it's kind of like I notice I've had to be more conscious of, oh, why am I picking up that book? And so that's kind of surprised me how creating a channel has had me doing a little bit more of like introspection in a way. The other part that surprised me is I never thought I would ever in a million years be going live. I thought I was gonna do little reviews, and that's it. But this is like it's fun, you know. I definitely anxiety inducing at the beginning, and sometimes still kind of anxiety inducing, but always fun. So, and then my second question was, how has your channel changed from how you begun your channel to where it's at now?
Hear
Good
that.
question.
And if you know what, I'll go. Kiana, it's okay. I'll go first just to give you time to think about it.
Okay. All
And then
right.
I'll try that one. I kind of feel like I kind of already answered, but yeah, just me being a chaos monster, and also I used a camera or my phone at the beginning, and I thought that that would be easier because I wanted to not be perfect, but just like have more of a stream of conscious and make sense because I do kind of talk all over the place. But I noticed that actually recording myself made myself more nervous. And I mean, my early edits are terrible. It's so bad. So I actually just threw that idea away. And yes, I learned about what StreamYard or just all these different streaming platforms from Margaret. And I just started doing that. And for some reason, that's just easier. And if I mess up and I really don't like it, I just toss it and record again. But I just try to like go and like it's not going to be perfect and just like and that's been a really big like change for me that I never thought I would do. But so I definitely feel like I've gotten better at that. That's like a big shift for me. But also making like connections. I never thought, I don't know what I thought I was doing, but like making all these beautiful connections with all of you and everyone else I have come in contact with has been like so incredible. And also I feel like I'm answering the other question, but yeah, that's basically the changes that have happened.
So I've changed. Well, I don't. Okay, so I mentioned being a mood reader. I've decided that I'm not gonna do TBRs because I don't stick to them. Yeah, I just decide I'm gonna read it and then I just read it. So I'm not gonna do TBRs. And another thing, so this isn't a change. I never edit. I just do my video and I say, okay, that's good enough, and then I just put it out. Mostly because one, I'm too lazy to learn how to edit, but I may later learn how to edit because I want to be able to like put little, pictures of the books and little things in my videos. So that's one thing I plan on changing is to begin to edit and be more consistent with releasing videos. But yeah, so no TBRs.
Yay.
Cool. Yeah. So, okay. So when I started, there were so many books that I was seeing other book people talk about that I hadn't read. And I thought, okay, these books are popular. They're popular for a reason, I guess. So let me read them and try them out. And then when I didn't like them, I was like, wait a second. I don't gotta like them. So, huh?
Fourth wing.
Oh yeah, that's a hard no for me. Sorry, not sorry. So like I realized that I think Leslie, you might have said this, but like minds find like minds, and it's okay. Margaret, yeah. And I got more comfortable as time went on being openly critical of things and being honest and saying like, this is how I feel about it. You don't got to take it personal. This is my channel. I do what I want. And I'm much happier now.
Yes.
And also, I think sticking to a schedule didn't work for me.
Oh.
Like I feel like I'm not a mood reader. I love a TBR, but I am a mood creator. And so I can't stick to a schedule, but if you let me just rock and do my thing, you'll get content regularly, but I need to be doing what I want to do.
Okay.
So yeah, just letting me do my thing. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's see. When I first started, I think when I first started my channel that first year, I was very like, I guess shy. Yeah, I guess I'll say I was pretty shy because I do remember, I think like it was my first time just posting videos on the internet, talking with my face on the screen constantly. And I was not used to doing that, especially with like talking about books. I was like, the only time I talk about books this often is in an English class. Like, what are we doing here? So I do remember being very like anxious and shy about how to go about content. So I always try to figure out like ways to talk about books, but like I remember also yapping a lot. I mean, I still yap now, so that's never changed. I guess it's just the way I yapped back then. I wasn't really confident with how I said things, but now over time, which really is just, it's one of those things like, hey, when you start a channel, you just start and you just got to keep on going, because it really does get easier the longer you go about it. No matter how often you post the videos, it doesn't matter what, if it's a TBR, a wrap up, or a book review video, or you doing community stuff like this, or sprints or whatever. Like, just keep at it. It truly does get easier. I do also remember too, like as time went on, as far as like editing as well, I learned different ways of editing. I started off editing with using iMovie, and now I use Premiere Pro. I don't pay for it though, because I have a younger sibling who goes to an art college, so I just use their college account because I'm not paying for no Creative Cloud. I'm sorry, I'm not paying $50-something a year or a month, however much it is. It's expensive. So
Yeah.
Sometimes y'all gotta find the cheat codes. Okay, find some cheat codes to do the editing. But if you do have like a Mac and you use iMovie, that's fine. Or you use Final Cut Pro and you pay for that, that's fine. Or if you don't even have a Mac and you use a whole different software,
Right.
it's fine. Use whatever you got as far as editing and as far as recording. My very first video, I used my laptop camera. I didn't even use my phone. I switched over to my phone once I figured that out, right? Like I figured out that, and then I started using like an actual vlogging camera. And occasionally maybe use my phone for some B-roll if I really need to. But yeah, over time I just had to like really learn, ask questions from creators that I follow, get a sense of like the kind of equipment I see in the background. Even if they don't say anything, I just look in the background like, are they using the camera? Do they got a ring? Look, I can look. Hey, I was trying to figure out the ways.
Taking notes.
Right.
Yes, sometimes you gotta notice the little things. So yeah, over time I was just like really slowly learning how to make the content, whether it's the equipment, the software, how to talk about books, the kind of books that I've always picked up with, like with what you said, stuff like, you know, seeing all these popular books. For me, I think when it came with popular books, it was more so of buying them and less so reading them, which my book buying habits have definitely changed when I first started. I think that's the biggest thing for me was the amount of books I bought, where I bought them, and the kind. Now I buy less. I buy in different formats if I can, and I'll try to get them cheaply as well. Pengo books, y'all. I recommend if you're in the United States, Pengo. always Pango, but things I've learned once I'm in the community and just hearing people talk about Pango or using StreamYard for streaming and all these other things. It takes time, but also if you just ask creators, more than likely they're kind enough to give you some pointers as well if you're ever curious.
Nice. All right. And Leslie, can you repeat the question again for anyone who's joined? I'll give you a bean cam here who's just out of the frame.
Oh,
little handsome man who's yelling.
What did I ask? How was your channel changed from where it was at the beginning and then where it's at now?
Channel changed. Okay. So I am surprised to note that many people are surprised that I do only live streams. I sort of went off the, I don't know, less traveled path to do live streams because I kept bored with editing. So like I felt like I had to put everything in there to make it interesting, and that left me with feelings of like, why can't I just talk to people? And so I it was like a weird mental game. So I was just, no, we don't need to do this. So the only reason you'll see videos from me now are when I'm like traveling or want to fill a spot, but I'm not going to be there for that time. And in case Leslie's wondering about consistency, I am consistent 2 times a week, and Steph as well was talking about consistency, but I have a money quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, which I love. Foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, ... With consistency, a great soul has simply nothing to do. So don't feel bad. You got to create when you're going to create. So that's a big change. I also used to use the hashtag queen of books you've never heard of because like I get some random esoteric reads, whether it's for research for my historical fiction or whether it's because I picked up random books in a used bookstore, which I love to do. A lot of different things interest me. And so I used that moniker to sort of see if I could find a niche, right? And then I was like, but I feature indie authors and like authors that I admire, and I don't want them to get the feeling that like they've never been heard of. So then I stopped using it. So I'm like, constantly negotiating about how do I showcase the things that I like and be authentic, but also be welcome and inclusive and make people feel like honored and stuff. So it's a work in progress.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the thing. It's just like accepting that that it's just that like a constant work in progress. Because Bean. That's something else I'm surprised by is all the cat content.
Where did that come from? Oh, yeah.
I love when I'm on your lives and then like Bean pops up and the chat goes crazy.
Yeah. He doesn't like to be on camera though. So whenever I pick him up, it's like 2 seconds and he's gone. So I just move. And Catchy, that's just the laptop camera. I'm moving my laptop back and forth. So that's all that I have. Yeah.
Same. All right, my last question. I am going to get to it, but I have to share something first, and it'll connect to my last question.
Ooh, Bookmail.
Yes, Bookmail. But guess what? The Bookmail is wrapped up in more Bookmail, so it's like taking me a second.
Ooh.
And it's totally a question about Bookmail. If I could get this out, I probably should have pre-cut it before this. But I did not know.
It's okay. We have attention spans. We're readers.
So I got Bookmail from an author that I'm going to interview at the end of the month. I think like on the 28th on Friday in the evening.
Thanks.
Ooh.
And that is D.L. Tillery.
Oh, yeah.
And so she sent me Cagliostro, Tale of the, I just don't know how to say it, Liverton, which is her.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Very nice.
That is a pretty cover. I haven't even seen that yet.
It's like a dark romance fantasy type horror thing. So, and I don't know what this is. I guess is there some other works, probably short fiction.
Yes, those I've seen.
Ooh.
Fractals.
The Room Within. That's very cool.
Huh?
So that's probably like the second book mail from like an author I've ever received. The first one I received was from David A. Romero. I reviewed his poetry like January of last year. I did not realize he was like watching my channel.
Oh.
And I bumped into him at a book fair, like a very small local book fair.
Oh, that's
And I
so
went to
cool.
say hi.
Ooh.
Yeah. I went to go say hi, and it turns out he like knew. He like said like, "Oh yeah, she has a
Okay.
channel." And all that stuff. I got so
Oh,
embarrassed
wow.
and
So
shy.
cute.
Oh, man,
Wow.
getting recognized.
Aw.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome.
I did not
That's
know how to talk, but he was so nice. I just felt like I did everything wrong and with the interaction. But yeah, so he gave me the Spanish version of his book.
Uh-huh.
And then he sent me book mail. The first book mail I ever got was his new poetry collection, Diamond Bars 2. So
Oh,
I
I
thought that
remember
was
talking about that one.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like local to my area. So hopefully I won't embarrass myself next time I've ever run into him again. So my last question before I go to chat and then we sprint is if you so this is kind of like a two-parter. If you have received any book mail, who is like the first author or company that's like you engaged with that's done that? And if you haven't received any book mail yet, is it something that you're interested in? And what do you? Yeah, that's just basically the question.
I have not received any book mail yet. My channel is still a baby, and I don't have a lot of subscribers yet, and so I'm not on that level yet. But I would definitely love to receive book mail. I would love to receive arcs. I would love to, but one day, eventually I'll get there.
Yay. Yeah, I mean, actually next month makes 5 years, I think, for me on BookTube. I'm pretty sure. So I have received book mail over the years. Oh, I guess I have a working relationship with Tor and HarperCollins, their like mystery thriller section, which I don't read very often, mystery thrillers, but I read more horror, so I get some like horror sci-fi stuff from Tor. Who else? Oh, Saga Press actually sent me something that I have to review for next week. They have a horror coming out. And Feminist Press, I have a really good relationship with. So if you ever want some good memoirs, nonfiction, they pretty much exclusively and makes sense, right? Publish indie female authors, BIPOC, trans, queer authors of color. So highly recommend.
All right. Let's see. I think for me, I think it's texting really 3 publishers I've gotten book mail from. The first time was with Tor.com, and it was with actually an Instagram giveaway for an arc of what was it? The Lies of the Jungle by Moses Osei Utomi. Yeah, I got it's part of a novella series, so I got the first 2 novellas as arcs from their Instagram giveaway, and then I think Angry Robot Books. That's the first time I actually requested an arc from a publisher, and I was approved of, and it was sent to me. That was awesome. I was very excited. I think it was for Evocation by S.T. Gibson, and then with Harmerton season, it's actually the first time I've actually emailed Tor specifically for an arc. So that's yeah. So I gotten a couple, like I got a few arcs, and there was one time that Tor.com sent me 2 novellas, like finished copies of books that I have reviewed as arcs. So that was really exciting.
That's cool.
I didn't even know it was coming. I was like, oh, okay, I got book mail. So that was first time ever. So I got a little bits here and there since I'm not like a big social media presence, but I do have I do a lot of reviews for Tor.com specifically, a little bit of Tor Nightfire when I get into the horror stuff, but yeah, mostly Tor, and then a little bit of Angry Robot Books.
That's a fun name.
Honestly, the publisher made me go like, let me see which books you publish, because the name in itself is interesting.
Yeah. Cool. So I think I've gotten about 2 books a year for about 3 years. And the way this happened, so the online presence, 0, nothing. No one has solicited me for book reviews ever, which is strange. But because I volunteer with Mighty Blaze, and I'm like part of their producers and fanners and people who do all the bits and pieces, because it's all voluntary, the folks who run it occasionally get more books than they can interview folks for, or ones that they're not really like, it's not their niche. And so they'll like send an email and say, anyone interested in these? And if you've sort of done the interviews, or like you have experience and you're confident going into it, they'll just trust you to do it. And I'm like, okay, I'll try this. So the a couple years ago I did that, and then they had to send me the book. So then they had my address. So then in the next 2 years, they just sent me a couple books that they were like, hey, same comp title. I guess we'll send her the thing. And it's not addressed to me. It's not personalized. It's just hey, maybe you'll review it and give us some free press. And so then I have to follow up and go, hey, would you like to do an interview? And that's how those happen, in case anyone was wondering how anyone with like traditional publishing deals comes on my channel. That's why. And the first one that I did, I think, was Natasha Pulley. I was super, super nervous. She's kind of a mashup cross-genre author. And I had her on the channel to do The Mars House, which is dystopian, queer, beautiful, funny. And like, I said a spoiler during the interview. So nervous. Like I said a name and it was a spoiler that the name anyway. So yeah, so it went well. Like I think we just like rolled right over it, and you know, she's been on since, and it's been great. But yeah, it's an interesting relationship. But when they say, and I still don't feel like a complete adult, but when they say like your way to work up the career ladder is like volunteer somewhere and get to know people, and I was like, finally I got a free book. Like my hundreds of hours of volunteering. Yes. So it's been fun. That's been fun on the side.
Actually, I actually will sneak in one more question for anyone, because I feel like I haven't requested any arcs or anything like that. I'm not really interested. I think maybe next year. I just so far back on the back burner because I'm just focusing on reading books on my shelf. For any of you that have requested arcs, what advice do you have for anyone watching that is interested in doing something like that?
Ooh.
I have thoughts.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm actually preparing to do a whole video because when I first started BookTube, I feel like nobody was talking about arc etiquette, and that is a thing. So yeah. I'm trying to put together a video of how to arc. But like, okay. If it's a small author or indie author, first of all, if it's a negative review, don't tag the author. Don't do it. Yep. And a mistake that I made when I was probably like a year on BookTube or something, and I had gotten an indie author send me their book, and I had rated it 2 stars, and I still went through with the review. And now I would not have done that, because I know that is negative press, especially for a small indie author. Like that could do a lot of damage. So if you have negative things to say, like it's okay to be honest, but if you're doing it for like a book tour or somewhere where you know you're going to get traffic and people are coming to see what you have to say based on that smaller author, smaller press, maybe just let them know in an email separately is what I've done, and said, hey, I know I'm scheduled to post a review for this. However, it didn't work for me because XYZ. But instead of posting a review, I can post a promotional video where it's like not reviewing it and saying my rating, but saying, hey, if you like this thing, maybe this book is for you. And those are 2 totally different things.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hmm. It's the sidestep. It's the sachet of the art etiquette world.
Yeah.
Yeah, well said.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't know if it's. I haven't requested any arts, but I did win one book in a Goodreads giveaway.
Yeah.
So I was, and this is part of why I don't do TBRs, because I had this. I was supposed to read this.
Ooh.
Shirley Chisholm.
Yeah.
What did you say? Champion of Black Feminist Power Politics. I was supposed to read this in 2024.
Oh,
And I
wow.
did not get to it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the book that I won in a Goodreads giveaway. And so, I don't know. That's the closest thing I have. And then a couple of NetGalley arcs, but I only have one rating, so I don't have too many of those. Did she? Oh, sorry.
I feel like it's almost impossible to win those giveaways. So I'm like, wow, good for you.
I mean, really.
I
Like,
had
wow.
entered so many. And then it screwed up my want to read my on.
Oh, yeah, 'cause you have to put them on your shelf. Yeah.
Yep.
So I would be like, what is this book? And I went back and I'm like, what? I have to do a Goodreads clean out because of all of those. But I may have entered, I don't know. Oh, thank you. I may have entered about 200 giveaways for the one book.
That's about right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Man.
Which really
Probably.
speaks to what Margaret was saying earlier, right? About the
Yeah,
output
yeah.
versus the results.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. What do I got for NetGalley? I mean, not NetGalley, ARC tips. Let's see. Well, I'm saying for someone who's into NetGalley, because there are multiple ways of getting ARCs. You can go NetGalley if you're from the US, or is there a UK version of NetGalley? I think. And there's Edelweiss. There's different review websites. You can email the publishers directly or the publicity agents. You don't don't DM the author. That's one thing for ARCs. Don't DM the author unless maybe they're like an indie self-published author. That's a different thing. But for traditionally published authors, don't go to their DMs. They're not going to answer you for that. They're like, hey, go to my publicity agent, email, publisher, ask them, because traditionally publishing, they can't help you there. But if you do use NetGalley specifically, like you're American, you use NetGalley and you just sign up, I do recommend request as many books as you can read. If you read, let's say 30 books in a year, don't request 50 books. How about you request 3? And if you do request a 3, because I do know as well, as far as like approval ratings, when it comes with being approved of them, some publishers, especially you just new, they just say outright no if it's a really big author release, like V. Schwab, R. Kwon, what other authors? There's plenty of authors, very big authors that I don't even know that I don't request that.
Right.
I was like, look, I know there's too many people who request. I'm not going to be priority. So that's one thing. But if there are other authors, maybe not like your top 5, and maybe like your top 20 authors that, hey, if they have a new book out, request, see if you're get approved of. And another thing too, as far as reviewing them, I do also recommend try to be somewhat timely on the reviews, maybe within the month or 2 of the book's release, whether it's, especially if it's after the book is out and stuff, maybe give a month or 2 afterwards. Try not to be too long on it, because otherwise your reviews start to like pile up on the back end on yourself, and you're just like, oh shoot. So that's why, for at least for me specifically, when I do request ARCs, I really do try my best to review them within the year, at least if it's a lot of ARCs I do request, because sometimes I'd be approved more than I thought I was going to get, not going to lie, which I quickly learned last year and this year. I was like, dang, I didn't realize. But try to at least review those ARCs within the year that they're published, so they're still relatively new. But another thing too, here's a cheat code for people who DNF books, especially if DNF and ARC. Do not feel bad about DNF and ARCs. What I do, sometimes what you do is no, don't feel bad, because this is what you do. Okay, so that way you don't ruin your NetGalley ratio. I'm telling y'all, here's a cheat code. Here's my thing. When in NetGalley, you have to put in a rating. I do recommend maybe a 2-star rating, unless the book is like that bad. You could probably do a 1-star, but you have to put in your review, you DNF the book at a certain point, so that anyone on NetGalley, whether it's a publisher or any other reviewer who goes on NetGalley to see the NetGalley reviews, because you can do that, please let people know in the beginning of the review that you DNF the book at a certain point.
Yeah.
That way, you're not ruining your NetGalley ratio. You're also reviewing it because, in a way, it is your honest opinions, because you could not continue reading that book, because I did DNF a few books. That's how I know. So that way, you don't ruin your NetGalley ratio. You can still request more things, and you still text-me and review the book. I'm just saying. That's my cheat code, okay? For the
That's good.
DNF. That's my cheat code right there.
That's good.
Yeah. We needed as many cheat codes as possible. Go ahead, Margaret.
Yes. I was just gonna add. So I opted out early on of NetGalley because the way that they made you download books with Kindle or something in it was weirding me out, and I couldn't get around it, and they didn't give me an alternative, and so I was just like, I'm out of here. I'm not doing this. But yeah, so I don't have experience with the NetGalley and the eArcs, but what I would say from the other side of indie author and ARCs is, like, when I have this year for Orla Rafferty done my own book tour organizing and like stopped on people's channels, for people who, especially who were like, I'm doing 8 of these this month, can you email it and I'll read like the first chapter so that I can get a feel and be able to talk about it, but not, pretend like I've read the whole thing. And I'm like, sure. So I send them over a version on Smashwords, and everyone's been fine with that. So there are ways that people can provide you free copies, so don't feel afraid to ask. I would just do it with a few clear points of, like, this is where I'm coming from. I have this big of a channel. I post these things consistently. This is my favorite genre. I want to read yours and be able to promote it because I'm looking for X, Y, and Z things, and yours fit the bill. And I'd be attentive to timeliness and have at least one video on this featuring the book. And I'd appreciate any, versions you can give or whatever. And so being like, here's why I want it, and I'm being honest, and I think I would be a great fit, and then just like, I think that would go over well. I get, yeah. So that's my advice for indie authors, if you want to tackle indie authors.
Yeah, I'm so glad I asked that question, because all of that was like so informative. Just like I wouldn't know what to ask. So thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead, excuse me, and catch up on the chat. I think I'm so far behind, potentially. Question is, where was I? That's a great question. And then after that, we'll go into an hour-long sprint. Oh no, we already talked about. Go ahead, sweetie.
You've got a couple starred comments, so you might pick one of those, if that's where you stopped.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, what?
I think this Kiwi. I think that's the comment.
That sounds the cat on the lap. She couldn't get up.
Give me 1 second. Oh, this is my fault. I usually do it.
It's actually sunny in Portland, so when we do the next sprint, I'm gonna sneak out, but it's been lovely being here to celebrate with y'all. You helped me get my bills done.
Yeah, I gotta head out too.
Yeah, nice talking to you too.
I'm gonna head out too. I gotta take a nap before the concert.
Oh yeah.
Concert?
I'm gonna see Mary J. Blige.
Oh yeah, that's right, you are.
That's amazing.
I don't have any like knee-high boots or nothing, so I'm gonna have to wear my Doc Martens, but a boot is a boot, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm gonna be up in here.
All right, we'll have fun.
That sounds awesome.
Gonna get percolated.
Smart. Take the nap now.
Yeah.
Oh,
but I'll wait for it.
I'm also going to head out at the start of the sprint just because it's almost time for me to prep dinner here. So, oh
yeah, that's right. You're East Coast.
Yeah.
Totally fine. This Kiwi, yeah. Hi friends, my cat is snuggled in right now, so I can't move. Reading Love, Simon. Margaret. Oh yeah, then you shared the quote, Margaret. And then Kay Simmons. Hi, beautiful people. Hi, Leslie. Hi, Kiana. Steph. Margaret and Ketchy. Hope everyone is well. Pause to hydrate. Tell us what it was because we nosy.
Water. Water.
I think my Sprite's over there.
I have Monster energy drink and water. Beans, sweetie. Says
Yeah,
Elaine.
coming.
Need to be flexible and remember to do what's best for you. Yeah. Bean butt. Yeah, bean butt.
Just the tail. It's just the
SD Houston celebrating Wise. Oh yeah. Hi Shannon. 3 years, congrats. Yes, thank you.
I say it like the song, you know, from The Sound of Music. Edelweiss, Edelweiss.
Oh, yeah.
That's the word, so maybe they say it differently because they're specialized. But yeah, I didn't mess with that either.
Oh yeah, I don't even know how to
anything
work that. I don't know either. I think it's for like librarians, booksellers, or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like it's the system behind, and there's some other front-facing thing that's like what people tell, and that's just what provides the database of all the formats. I don't know, but yeah.
All right, everyone. We have started in the AM. We're now in the PM. So we'll sprint for an hour. Thank you for everyone that showed up and attended. Kiana, party for us.
Yes, I will.
Incredible.
Bye, you guys.
Bye, everyone. Bye for everyone that's to leave. Thank you so much. Mute myself. And we're back. And Ketchy, how did that go for you?
All right. I was working on my reading journal still. My stuff. Okay, leave that there. So yeah, I was working on my reading journal. I finished a review for one of the books, and I'm almost done for for another. So it's looking like this. So there's the review and stuff. Just need to work on this one right here, and then I have the big page there, and then that would be it for the reading journal.
Yeah, yours are always so aesthetically pleasing.
Thanks.
I'm still kind of like I'm like at the setup stage. And so I think I'm gonna buy stickers. I don't know when, but
I
will.
love using stickers.
So this is still a bit bare. So I kind of just did like the overall, because my goals are kind of like a 2-year thing. So I'm just like overall goals, and then I'm like breaking down, I guess you'd say, like by series, like the Lust and Lawless, which is like a buddy read series. And then I have like a little pie chart, and then I'll just write in like what books I'm reading. And I'm like, if I shade in all of them, that means that we actually did it, like accomplished a goal, at least for this year. And then another one that I want to do, actually doing this is making me like really have to like dedicate myself to actually doing the thing. So something I still not sure about the name. I talked about it last year and it didn't happen. Too much was going on. I have a series that I want to do called Community Corner, but I think I'm going to change the name just because, to be honest, just the state of everything that's going on right now, and just the nastiness, and although it's always been there, it just feels like anxiety inducing right now. So I was going to call it Community Corner, and the whole idea behind it is just to talk to people actually in my like local community that don't have a YouTube channel or anything like that. They can, but basically people with small businesses, and read a book that like inspired them, or a book of note, and then really to talk about their small business. So the whole inspiration, one of the inspirations has been like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. So I think I'm going to change the name from Community Corner to Won't You Meet Our Neighbors, to kind of give the idea that we all like know each other. We just got to kind of continue to like engage with each other. So
Right.
yeah, so I think I'm going to change it from Community Corner, even though that's like kind of quick and easy. Meet our neighbors and kind of like do that. But I also need to reach out to the person that said yes and actually schedule the thing to make it happen. Anyway, so yeah, that's as far as I got with that. And that's basically where I'm at. And yeah, so I will ask you questions. What are some of the, you can name one or several, it's up to you. What are some of the best and worst book to movie or TV series adaptations?
Adaptation. I don't really know, because I don't really, when it comes to adaptations, I either don't engage with the show or / movie, or I don't engage with the original material.
Yes.
So personally, I don't know. The only one I can really give somewhat of an opinion on is the Studio Ghibli film, The Boy and the Heron. But it wasn't even an adaptation of a book. It was inspired by the book, even though initially the thought was that it was going to be an adaptation. But the movie ended up being more inspired by the book. And the book that the movie was inspired by was How Do You Live? I made a book review video of the book in time for around the time that the movie was out in Japan. And my idea was that when it's available in the United States, I will review the movie. I didn't get around to reviewing the movie on my channel, so there's that. Maybe one day. I mean, I could still do it this year, so why not? But that's the only one I can really say for sure. Other times there's an adaptation of something I didn't read the source material. I think TV show wise, I think Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, which is available on Disney Plus, is based on the Marvel comics. I never read the Marvel comics, so I can't say anything about that. Even take the Spider-Verse film, like Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse. Those films were based on comics. I've never read the Marvel comics, so what do I know? So I'm like, I don't know. And there's other shows I'm interested in, but I'm not sure if I would read the source material, like Interior Chinatown, that's available on Hulu. Queenie, which is available on Hulu. Normal People is available on Hulu. I don't know. Am I going to read Normal People? Maybe. That might be the only exception that I might actually read the source material before I watch the show. But other than that, adaptations, I just don't mess with, to be quite honest, whether I've read the source material or not, because I always going to be like, I'm going to have problems with it. So I'm either going to like, look, watch the adaptation without bothering so much on the source material, or stick to the source material.
I love that. You brought up Interior Chinatown. I read the book a while ago, and I saw some of the Hulu series. I did like it. I didn't really continue. I got to go back and watch it some more. But yeah, I just kind of felt like and then also because they have the author involved in the adaptation, I like that, because maybe he gets a chance to be like more creative with and expand on like what he was saying with that. And also I know that they must have shot some of it in the Chinatown that's near me, because there's like a very specific shot, and it says what is it? It's so funny because I saw it across like on the exterior of a building, and I said, oh my gosh, that's the Chinatown near me. And what was it? Hold on. It's that Jackie Chan buddy comedy. What was it? Oh, okay. So on the side of a building, it says Rush Hour was filmed here.
Oh.
And it's still there after all these years. And then so in one of the shots, you could totally see that the writing of that Rush Hour was shot here.
Well.
And so that always just kind of tickled me. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. But Little Fires Everywhere was also like a really great adaptation that I felt like expanded on the book. And Game of Thrones like did a great job adapting something that it felt like it was like you could never adapt that, and the fact that it did is wild. But yeah, so my next question is, what do you want to see more of in the booktube community, if anything?
What do I want to see more of?
Or maybe less of?
I don't know, to be quite honest. The community in of itself, there's so many things that are happening that I'm just like, I don't even know. And I don't really have the strongest pulse with the community itself, personally. Like, I don't know. I never know what's happening. Sometimes some things just pop up and I'm like, huh? How did we get here? But all right. I don't know. Personally, I don't even know what needs more or less of. I'm not really quite the person on that one, but yeah, I don't really have much to really answer with this one, unfortunately. I'm sorry, y'all, but I don't really know. There's probably something, but my brain just doesn't remember it, or who knows?
Okay.
I don't know.
Sometimes I want to see more vibes. I like enjoying like the different aesthetics of other channels. Because I'm definitely not like an aesthetic person myself. I'm like, I'm not doing the effort, but I like to see everyone else do that. less controversy, less chaos. I also try to stay away from that because there's so many things I end up finding out because it'll come up in my feed, and I won't even know about the person or what's going on, and I'm just like, I don't want to know. Like my life is chaos enough. Um, what are some sensory tools for concentration that have helped you? Like, in other words, like for example, like fidget spinners or aromatherapy, things like that.
I think my main stuff is it's not really any one particular thing, to be quite honest. It's just anything that keeps my hands busy, honestly. Like I don't really sit still to do things. I'm always like, okay, I need my hands need to work on something. Like, am I working on my reading journal? Am I uh writing something in a different notebook? Am I typing something on my laptop? Am I crocheting? Am I trying to edit? Like my hands gotta be doing something. So that's hands wise. It's like something, just anything to just any task, I guess. And then auditory wise, I always like to be listening to something, whether it's music, uh, podcast, or like an audiobook, or if I'm even watching something, usually it's YouTube videos. Um, yeah, usually it's YouTube videos. Like, that's pretty much, I guess, my only really tools of just focus of anything. It's like, hey, if I'm doing one thing, I need to do another thing. Just kind of like a multitasking. Like, hey, for example, during the sprints, while I was working on my reading journal, I was also having a YouTube video going on, and then I had this ambiance video going on over here. That's just cozy jazz. So I was like, yeah, sure, the jazz is right there. So jazz within YouTube video and working on my journal. That's how my brain works. And if I were to be reading a book, like let's say like an audiobook, sure, listening to the audiobook, but my hands need to be doing something. Especially if it's an audiobook of a book I don't even have physically with me. I'm like, well, I need to do something with these hands. So am I going to be on my laptop? I guess I'm going to be on my laptop while I'm listening to this audiobook, or I'm working on my journal stuff while listening to an audiobook. I always have to find something. Otherwise my brain gets very bored.
Yeah, yeah. Um, it's always been a mixed bag for me. You know what? Because he said keeping your hands busy. My daughter's into Dungeons and Dragons recently, and I guess I'm like still learning. They're very much into like the different kind of dice. That's like a whole other thing.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. There's different kinds of dice. There's the D20 dice. There's a
yeah,
dice that's like 12-sided. There's one that's 4-sided. I think it's a 10-sided one. I think it's an 8-sided one, and you have your usual 6.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
teaching me so much because and her. So she bought herself a set, and so she said that helps her concentrate, and also like because she gets anxious to just have the dice in her hand to play with it. I guess that's kind of like the same idea with like a fidget spinner, right?
Hmm.
Um, and so I don't necessarily need that, but for me, it's like the sound thing. I need some sort of noise, so I definitely like depend on the lo-fi. Um, or sometimes it's like the opposite. I don't know why, but sometimes it's like I need the deprivation of just like I don't want to hear anything. But then sometimes that will send my mind kind of wandering. And then I have to go back to the noise. So I don't really have like a set thing. Um and I do have incense that I like to maybe set the mood every once in a while. But that's about it. Just lots of music, lots of noise, other things going on to kind of
Mhm.
I don't know what that does with the brain where it helps me focus more or maybe has my thoughts stop creeping off other ways.
Mhm.
But yeah, that kind of helps. But yeah, that was the last of my questions. And this is already from a while ago, but Kay Simmons said congratulations. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Margaret said Chell Bellas, rock on. Uh, all right, so the last sprint is going to be half an hour. How do I edit this? Hello. So to double O. This is like perfect timing. I'll put final sprint. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm so glad you were here. I know you're busy getting ready.
Right.
Let me see. I think there's plenty of still time on the music, so I think we're going to stick to the same one.
All righty.
All right. Thank you, and Catchy. I'm going to go ahead and put myself on mute. I'm going to step away real quick. I'm just going to warm up my food, but I'll be back. All right, everyone. That was the end of the last sprint. My last guest had to take off because they're watching a lovely, lovely pet at the moment, pet sitting. So I was just going to briefly talk about what I accomplished and let you know who's also sprinting right now. Feel free to share with me what you tackled today. Okay, yeah. So the next part was my interview the vampire inspired readathon, but I have it broken up by characters that I'm going to write in because I'm tackling 4 characters for the year and 4 characters for next year. And so I'm not sure how I'm going to do this part actually. I might change it into like 8 little pie sections, but we'll see. And then the other part is just this year alone, the characters that I'm tackling. It's kind of hard to see because it's kind of lightly written in. And I'm leaving room because I think I'm going to do cutouts or stickers. I'm not sure. I'm definitely going to have stickers that I ordered from a creator through Instagram that made these like really beautiful illustrations for the characters. But I'm going to keep those for like every time I do a marathon because I am going to have a breakdown of like each character and then I'll have like the kind of like the bullet points of the book review. Put together on here, but I'm still kind of like putting it together. So this is just kind of like the framework of it. And so yeah, I'm liking that so far. And so yeah, I might do 4 more characters on the back, I think, just to kind of have the whole annual year here. I haven't really decided yet. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just stick to the 1 year. And then it'll come together at some point. But this was really nice to just put together on a draft. I picked this up from this little stationery store called, I think it's called Plant and Paper, something like that. It's in Chinatown, Los Angeles. So it was really, really cute. And I can't really step into there because it's dangerous because there's so many great things going on over there. But yeah, thank you to every one of my guests that showed up. That was incredible. And everyone in the chat. I'm so glad I got to spend time with everyone. And I'm going to back myself up. Yeah, and Ketchy was just saying that they had to step away to walk the dog. And hopefully give a little smooches to the pooches. Right now is sprinting. Glenda said, good night, and Ketchy, take care. Glenda said, Anna, the book Dreamer's Alley is sprinting. You know what? Let me look them up. The book Dreamer's Alley. The book Dreamer's. I don't know if I'm following them. So let's look this up. Oh, yeah, but they're not popping up. All right, I put them on the all bell because they weren't popping up. And then Bookie Monsters. Ooh. Let me go to them for 1 second. I just subscribed to them. They weren't popping up, but I'm glad I found them. Oh, and theirs are cute. Theirs are so cute. I'm going to have checking this out. It's like 3:21 my time. I think I might squeeze an errand in, which is bananas, but I might do it. Thank you, Glenda. I always like spending time with you here. hope I'm not forgetting anything else. Okay. Anyways, thanks again. This was incredible. This was such a beautiful, beautiful, yes, time together. Just being really, really grateful for the booktube community and spending time with everyone, especially times like this. So I love you all. Life is chaos. Be kind, read books, go shop locally, and just have a very lovely weekend, everyone.